Check mark live online under the game just chatting. The uptime begin.
Keys. conveys,
終わった。レジティミティ。レジ。合法的がレジットで、レジティメイト。また別。熟練者。エフィシエント。プロフィシエント。出血。ブリーデ。いや、まあ、積み重ね。ヒープ。サリュベイト。棚めずり。下をやる。
スポンジボブツ。
スポンジボブ。なぜスポンジボブ。
公開放送を開始しました。
ディフューズ。ディフューズ。拡散。スポンジボブトゥ。
ディフューズ。ディフューズ。
ディフューズ。ディフューズ。ウォークアウトはない。前回使ったの。探査。ボールドですね。本当のところは tell the truth in the real world. In reality.
アメリカ。
アメリカ。なした。
日本。
コレクテネス。コレクテネスは、プリンシパルじゃなくて、
中国台湾
グラティテュード。She sent them a present to
みんなそんなもんだろうね。
どんなことですか？そんなもの。何か。はあ。意見が悪い。グラティテュード。
地球戦争ですよ。
地球戦争。なんかありましたか？
Gratitude.
グラティテュード。このグラティテュードは聞いてる？聞こえてないっぽい。これ本予見なんですよな。ああ。
Gratitude. Gratitude.
Vain.
ウェイン、無実。ウェインは無益で、ウェイン、無益。A が無益。ウェイン。クラック。ケラケラ笑う。パチパチ音を立てる。
2024年に大規模な地球戦争が起きる。
言うだけ。ただ。クラック。そう言うだけただって言われないよな。しまった。ツイキャスのコメント取るの忘れてた。ツイキャスのコメント見れないんだよな。後で見れるように。で、アソシエイティって関連付録アソシエイティってスカルパー、溜め込み屋じゃなくてスカルパーはカメラここら辺にあった方がやっぱいいな。転売ヤー、スカウパー。痛み止め、ペインキラー。いけるかな。ジューサー。カンスタボー。 でも、中国が台湾取りに来るのは2040年とかって話を聞いたけど、その理由が軍事力が追いつくのがその時らへんって話。コンスタブル。神田は多めに見る。多めに見るわ。なんだっけ。コンシークエンスじゃなくて、トリライトで、もう一つ。伝える。コンベースとコンベース。
conveys,
いいのか。コンベイ。
substantial,
サブステンシャル。本質。出力のある。実体のある。サブスタンシャル。手をつけてなくて完全で。インプリシット。
intact,
インタクト。
prosthetic,
プラステティックは義足。プラステティック。
outburst,
アウトバースト。爆発。
intensive,
本質。インテントなり真面目に。おい、起きた。
ごめん見た。
おはごめん。
めっちゃ楽しかった。
よかった。あれははいワッチルザットムビー when I was university student だけど but I love it. Ironically, these related not come from organized democratic forces. インテントでいい。真剣に真面目に。making use. こういう時こそか。
セリフは多分半分しかわからなかったけど話は結構わかりやすい。もっと勉強しなきゃ。
話は、そうね。日本語の勉強になるような映画、なんだろう。いいのあったかな。
diffuse,
ディフュース、拡散、ダイアスポラ、ごめん
この字幕
ね。
たアルバムを見たい。
日本語の字幕は多分ないと思う。because that movies all the そう日本語字幕があるようになったのって最近な気がする。I think Japanese movie
DVD
has Japanese subtitle recently 調べてみるか。日本語字幕いけるかな。This contributed by manufacturer製造通詞ではない。開封クラブ、これは大と絞りじゃん。字幕情報って調べられない。古いから字幕がどうこうって見てみないと多分ないと思うな。英語版もなさそうだし maybe not。 まあでも気に入ってくれて嬉しかった。 こに、ポット欲しい。タスク、居眠りを振る。泥尻じゃなくて、喉。
和子。
広木さん、こんにちは。
I feel like the ratings for it are lower than I was expected.
おばさん。Maybe because the movie has been adapted from novel.
When I saw the ratings after I watched it was pretty surprised.
おばさん。あ、評価がか。
そうか。
ごめんの評価、IMDB で見るか。
コンコン。
こんにちは。7だから、はい、right, movie. 国村淳だけは
なんかあなたは面白い人ですね。
ありがとうございます。面白いって言ってもらえるのは嬉しいけれど、なぜそうだ、配信設定変えなきゃ。なんだっけ、眠り。あ、
Gratitude.
gratitude。感謝ね、gratitude。
私はとある研究をしている研究者です。
なんと、とある研究をしている研究者。俺も漫画を描く研究をしている漫画家こと研究者で。He said them are
今日の勉強派また暗記しかないの。
今日はでも recently I and Blender video learning Blender throughout English。 これね、Then I learn English and Blender together。暗記デック全く終わんなくて。
なるほど。
あなたはおじいさんですか？赤ちゃんマンですか？
どっちもです。赤ちゃんでもあり、おじいさん。俺のおじいさん用されました。か。 おじいさんか。でも、もうおじいさんだなって思うときが時々ある。グラビティで。体のね。
あなたはとても面白いヒューマンです。気に入りました。
気に入られた。嬉しい。カンスタボー。
Constable. Substance.
サブスタンス。本質、実力のある。物質。サブスタンスは物質、本質、内容。サブスタンス。
dormant,
ドラマンテ、
私
冬眠
の。お気に入りリストに追加しています。
ありがとうございます。お気に入りリストにいっぱい入ると、アフィリエイトがニコニコでもできる。そうだ、奥とは How was your work today? 外、一種の多少。
Caesar.
Caesar は、発作。合法的に分取る。
odious,
アーディア、悩ます。憎たらしい。怪しい。アーディア。貴不全。ボナー。Erectile dysfunction。
久しぶり漫画マン。
グリンジポプシコ。久しぶり。めっちゃ。久しぶりの気分。ヒンドゥーで。
ちょっと混んできた。
I had exams pensive face.
混んできた。そうか。イグザムわず。そうか、イグザムシーズン。そう多くて、トゥック、クリティック。はぁ、ほわぁ、うはぁ。オンリーチップ。チップで、15,000円。インドでお久しぶりってなってるの ?No, not yet. I couldn't make shift. もう、today I changed desk and 50しか。まあでも、アメリカ物価高いもんね。
Show show. And they don't actually pay me, I only make tips.
Pay me. They don't actually pay. Why? チベテリアン。
あなたはこの
レストラン
戦争をとど
don't pay
める鍵になりそうです。
とどめる。なんと、こんな漫画みたいな。
Octo, do you work part-time? My wage is like $2/HR, but all of that goes to taxes. Man, I am horrified by the idea of tips. That's true capitalism. I don't quite understand it, but apparently it's so I won't owe taxes when I file them.
これね。I don't understand it. で、apparently all taxes when I file them. Really? そっか。
At cringy popsicle yet FR all my checks say $0 when I get them LOL.
チップ
LMAO.
don't as taxes. I see. ニューマイク。これをつけて。ただ、なんかどうやって音出すのかまだわかんない。
Killing rich people is the way to go. Stir up a revolution octo. Tips are taxed.
タックスでは、but if you don't apply
Yeah.
your chip to 税務署 tax office, you don't need to pay.
I joined the union at my last job and they tried squashing it.
Union.
They fired me and both of our union representatives.
Our union.
People really hate to pay taxes in my country because politicians are corrupt and just eat our money LOL.
Representative. Every politician are corrupted. 私と組合の代表者2人を解雇した。うわぁ。テレブ。ユニオン。労働組合が。レバーユニオン。カラオケマイクっぽく見えるけど。
Orange manga work all done.
おー、見てね。ローグ。almost. So I
Yay.
learning better now. いやー、難しい。なんか、I can't understand
Learning English strong orange flexed biceps. Nanny.
the situation. Gold master. Good fire. Good evening. Erectile
I came at the
dysfunction.
wrong timing.
Why?
It was a weird situation anyway, it's unrelated.
収まる、収束する。コン。で、anyway, unrelated.
あなたはおじいさんの杖を持っていますか？
おじいさんの杖、三脚は持ってます。おじいさんの杖にも使えるかも。コントロバーシー。
Converge.
コンバージ。バージ。一緒になってバージ。コンバージ。コンバージ。Why? Wrong timing. labor union converse
三脚を足につけて歩いてるんですか？
いいえ。カメラをセットするために
Good afternoon, Orange Kun.
はい、朝。good afternoon. How is your
Can I
today
ask you for
plan?
advice on something? I
Okay.
saw some hen words, that's all.
N-words. Someone teached me a lot of soybeans eating makes me erectile dysfunction. So
I need to
I
commute from Nishi Shinjuku Gakome Station to Yokohama Landmark Tower,
照明ステーション
but I don't know if there is a Chiakaiken.
定
Okay, Kappa.
定期券横浜ランドマークタワー Why do you need
So
定期券
conspiracy. Commuter pass.
コミューターパース
Monthly pass.
そっかそっか You
Cheaper train.
I understand ね定期券あるんじゃないのか西新宿そっかそっかそうか Tomorrow is your work day your first day 新宿と横浜ランドマークいいとこ行くね横浜ランド
Actually, they changed it to the 20th.
私は赤ちゃんおじさんの切り抜き動画でご飯を食べています。
すごい俺自身が食えてないのに定期利用定期定期代が1万新宿5丁目新宿5丁目定期券何タイムか横浜ランドマークタワーってある横浜ランドマークタワーが一番近い駅探せばいいいいなぁ、俺もそんな切り抜きで得れるぐらい。視聴者集めたいもん。桜木町か。Your workspace is ランドマークタワー。で、みなとみらいか、桜木町が、近い。今町でもいいけど。
Either of those two is good. They are at the same distance.
で、
Minatomirai or Sakurai and Chara.
みなとみらいか、桜。あと、新宿5丁目ないから、新宿3丁目駅かな。
At ASA 22N1, what is your job if I may ask? The closest to my house is Nishi Shinjuku Gakome.
西新宿5丁目か。
But I can also walk to Shinjuku Station.
西新宿。はい、もいちゃん、おはよう。こんにちはか。あ、西新宿5丁目駅あった。こんなのあるの？いらんかった。ここか。西新宿5丁目。ここから、うわぁ。何線がいいんだ。とりあえず、みなとみらいか桜木町がいい。俺は東京に住んでます。町前か。JR が安いから。ただね、新宿駅に朝行きたくないよね。
If you can send me the website, maybe I can find it.
どこ使えばいいんだ？なんて言うかな。ここがいい。
Yet it's 20 minutes walk to Shinjuku Station.
じゃあ遠いから。だったら、ヤフーの乗り換え。
Thanks.
こっちか、こっち。はい。Use both. ウェブサイト。Sometime they provide another information. でも大体これ使えばいいかな。早くこのマイクを使って喋ったらもっと音を消すと思う。
Thanks.
から、明日かな。今日早く終わって。また設定するのと、I will 返品の中古屋でこのアーム と、あと、三脚を買ったんだけれど、それがどっちも使えなくて。三脚は壊れてるし、アーム取り付けるとクイって曲がって役に立たなくて。金返せって状態。
Converge.
Converge.
Gratitude.
感謝の念。意義深い。significant. prefix. 前置詞。違う。前について。あれだっけ。そう、肉買わないと。昨日からタンパク質大豆しか食べてない。窃盗、それ。tendencies 傾向 tendencies 一貫した correspond consistent 目標達成はインセンティブ面積思考ディスクレイマーかさ飛び込みはヘッダーフラクション
Hey guys.
はした分数鹿野郎さんお久しぶりです。お疲れ様です。フラクションはった分数ユニックは
赤ちゃんおじさんかわいいわね。
やったー。ありがとうございます。チュニック。これって画像出さないと見にくい。今の言うチュニックはこれっぽいのかな。もっとローマ字になる。チュニックって足の先ぐらいまであるイメージだったけど、この柄かわいい。 いまいち、ここまで長くない。チュニック。熱狂する。So wild.
Go wild.
Incredible.
Incredible ありえない。ああ、信じられない。ああ、危ない。Incredible。come up 追いつく、上がる、伸びる。territory ターフ。縄張り。ターフが縄張り。correctness precision
Accuracy.
accuracy 精度accuracy
何時に起きたの？おちんこおじさん。
俺は来たのが5時ぐらい。5時に起きて、おじさんはみんなおちんこだからわざわざつける必要はない。rain 高知rain が騙されやすい。naive insular 島国根性。aware sincere sincerity sentient sentient 腹が減る。アップセットタミー。タミーイズアップセット。尻滅裂。インコヒーラント。インカラヒー。インカラヒーラント。アンインテアジブル。さっきの器用さ。デクスタリティ。デクステラリティ。困らす、苦しめる。ハラスイル。ハラスじゃなくて、ポクシー。ペスターで。ボックスじゃなくて、ペストの方。ペスターで。加害者、犯人、コーポレート。犯人なんとかアップセットパーペトレーター無理だってパーペトレーターは出てこない。パーペトレーターメイクランサック。 perpetrator 舌なめずり salivating salivate ovary 卵巣 ovary 思わず unintentionallyパチパチ音を立てる crackle
Check out.
check out 調べる investigate 憎らしい怪しい odious
Odious.
フードダークOBS のやっぱり設定配置も考えないといまいち良くない配置してる。フードなく不平を言う。グランテ。グランテ。セレスティアル。いいねーって、イントゥ、ナフリボン。天部のインボン、いいねって。Not you have when you are on インボン。いいねって。キラキラ輝くグリッセングリステンこの T がなんだろう跳ねる感じのグリッセン怒り狂って激しくFuriously. Chasm. 裂け目。3年に一度は曲が随分とこんな暗かったっけ。途中から暗くなるんだよな。最初わかるけれど。じゃあ、音楽変えます。I will change music.
スクワット。
ふわっと。
スクワッ トもうしちゃったの。
スクワットまでやってない。
へへへ。へへへへ。
へへへへ。
Just do it。
やります。
苦しみを
丹念にちょっとアニュアルパーニャルフリーネンジュ once each 3 years once every need 3 once World Cup Open once every 4 years 一度ワールドカップオリンピックオープンクローズ once every 4 years 報奨金インセンシティブインセンティブコレスポンデさっきと同じ間違いしてるコレスポンデコンシステントインシステントコンシステントコンシステントチェンジミュージックっぽい音楽音音って何かコンシステントディクテイテスディクテイテ命令指図書き取らせるディクテイテブツブツ不平を言うグランブルグランブリング叫ぶスクリーチエクスクライムエクスクライムエントワインで巻きつくエントワインでエントワインで
鼻毛出てますよ。
鼻毛は見えてる。恥ずかしいとこ。そう。後で気づいて、
恥ずかしくないんだ。
めっちゃ鼻毛出てるっていうところがある。切るところは、身だしなみ。鼻毛まで、これ見えますか？ってことは結構俺ずっと鼻毛出っ放し。ありがとうございます。なかなか鼻毛出てるよって言ってくる人いないから、いつも出っ放し。
出しとけばいい。
やっぱり、目が悪くて、で、鏡見ても、外形しか見なくて、で、お風呂入った時に、近くで鏡見て、違う。で、近くで鏡見て、髭剃る時か。たまに髭剃る時に、鼻毛もっさもさじゃんって。何俺これで配信してるの思って悲しくなる。エントワインで。
鼻毛赤ちゃん。
鼻毛赤ちゃん。産毛みたいな。鼻毛おじさんだと普通だけど、鼻毛赤ちゃんになると、
かわいい。
なんだろう。かわいい。エントワインで。イメージがあんまり浮かばないな、鼻毛赤ちゃん。そもそも赤ちゃん毛少ないイメージなのに。
なっちゃった。
鼻毛がもっさもさの赤ちゃんで、そのもっさもさを取り除いたらもう赤。エントワインで。インディーセンシー。ハレンチ下品。インディーセンシー。ハレンチ下品。インディーセンシー。どうしても一緒に。desperately。観測所。天文台。オブザウェイティング。オブザーバトリー。オブザーバトリー。オブザーバトリー。なんじゃそりゃ。かき鳴らす。コツコツ叩く。ドラム。ドラムダンク。ドラム。コツコツ叩く。ドラム。パウって。パウって。口を尖らす。寝る。パウって。ノートも使えないな。パウって。違反罪。トランスグレッション。なんで文字を見ると思い出すんだ。トランスグレッション。
ケンタッキー食べたい。
食べればよろしかろうて。トランスレーション。あと2週間もするとケンタッキー高くなるのか、なかなか買えなくなるから。 食べとくといいんじゃないのか。ナスでしょ。リーグ Enjoy music UnderstandリーグUnderstand がディーグパペトライター犯人加害者はウェインは加害者パペトライターグローってうめくグローっていう響きからネガティブなイメージが出てこない。グロー。グロー。グロー。あんなクソに眺めてる。色彩。色相。ラってじゃなくて、フュー。今 F で考えてた。フュー。3年に一度。One every 3 years。同名詞。同名詞。ジェランデ。ジェランデ。ジェランデ。ほろってる。早う馬。ほろってる。トーナオランゲージ。トーナオ。標音言語。調整言語。音調言語。トーナオ。はぁ。トーンか。トーンランゲージ。トナオランゲージ。バリエーションはバリエーション。バリエンス。コンバウティで入り組んだ。檻のパイ。回線量2つ目まで難しい。カンバーティで紛れもない。ディスティンクト。多い点矛盾点コレスポンデ。ディスクレバンシール。 優勝。断言って。ガタミって。タービュランス。竜巻。乱気流。タービュランス。to wake up late. sleeping. stubborn. fraction.
Fraction.
補って埋める。perpetrator. prosthetic. prosthetic.再開。プロがステデティックティックティックプロステディック再開。reunite reunite 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 いいが reunite そう意込み膨らむだっけ腫れているすごいすごいパイレットシークエンアライメントは一列シークエンシークエンコンステレーションコンステレーション
Reunite.
吠える。レオにて、再開ではなく再開では。
漢字間違い。めっちゃ恥ずかしい。イホエールさん、こんにちは。ありがとうございます。ずーっと、再始動のことを、と思った。言うない。はい、再結合、再結成、仲直り、リコンサイル、リユナイト、うひー。
これで覚えられたね。
覚えられたかな覚えられてたらいいな。はいはい。reunite reunite もう一回やろう。entwined 巻きつく。一貫した。consistent constellation 星座。ステラが星だから星が固まったもの。コンステラシャン星座。コンステレーションでレーションインディセンシーアレンジ下品インディセンシーインディセンシーインディーセンチ。ああ、もう44分だ。ああ。じゃあ、詰まったら終わり。クレイム要求する。重症。すごい、晴れる。インクワイアリー。よし。クワイアリーや。申し込みじゃなくて、お問い合わせ、インクワイアリー。
Lots of people interested in geometry nodes, I see. Glad you guys all made it, even though it was a little bit tight on the time. But right, so you can see we're already in Blender. This is going to be a little bit of a mix. I wanted to not do like a step-by-step, okay, here's how you do X thing tutorial sort of thing, but rather more of a display of like the broad variety of things that you can do in Blender. Of course, also explain some things, and we're in Blender, so we're going to also create some things, but welcome. Lots of people interested in geometry nodes, I see.
全然働いてない。
Glad you guys all made it, even though it was a little bit tight on the time. But right, so you can see we're already in Blender. This is going to be a little bit of a mix. I wanted to not do like a step-by-step
ブレンダーで英語を学びます。
X thing tutorial sort of thing, but rather more of a display of like the broad variety of things that you can do in Blender. Of course, also explain some things, and we're in Blender, so we're gonna also create some things, but the focus that I want to give is on the variety, also on geometry nodes. Alright, first thing, look at the Blender Studio. Since the beginning of 2020, I've been working on these projects that you can see here. And since the beginning of the development of geometry nodes, I've been part of the core team since we started in the end of 2020, part of the development cycle from the artist side of point of view. And in general, I just like procedural workflows. I've been using procedural shader nodes for a while already, and then geometry nodes I jumped onto using them for every single thing that I can do them with. It's like the first idea that comes to mind, can I do that in geometry nodes? And that brings me to talking a little bit about the title. We can do that with geometry nodes. That sentence has been kind of developing as a little bit of a catchphrase of mine at the studio, because for those that have a little bit of a production experience in a production environment, you always have issues to solve, right? There's nothing ever goes perfectly smooth all the time. And whenever we have the dailies and are talking about, okay, how can we solve this specific thing? There's usually, I think about it a little bit and I'm like, yeah, we can do that in geometry nodes. And that's what I want to talk about a little bit and give a couple of examples where we solve, we do problem solving specifically with geometry nodes in our productions. Right. Okay. Because I'm gonna do a little bit of practical work, I want to bring everybody a little bit on the same page. I don't know, there's probably a really broad variety of experience levels with geometry nodes in this room right now. So I want to at least give a little bit of theory, even though it's not the most popular thing. And the most important part to understand about this is what even is geometry. Defining that is already a pretty important thing in understanding, okay, how can I work with it on a node-based system? And my broadest, most general definition of that would be it's just 3D data that has a certain meaning, right? Everybody knows about meshes, and then there's volumes, but it's all just data, and it has a certain meaning in the 3D environment that we're working on it with. And you can convert between different types of data and propagate different properties of these types of geometry. And within that definition of geometry, there are different types, of course, of geometry, which in geometry nodes we call components, because those can coexist within components.
Coexist.
構造の矯正。
because those can coexist within a single geometry right next to each other. So we can have the geometry as a container that has meshes, curves, volumes, whatever, inside of it as components at the same time. And that's very useful because that makes you very flexible in working with them back and forth. And then on top of these components, there are domains which carry the actual data, and that's the reference frame for the data. For example, we just open up a spreadsheet editor here so we can take a look at this. Okay, I need to actually find an object. You can see the different components, right? We have the mesh, curves, point clouds, volumes, instances. Those are the ones that we have currently. And then underneath that, you can see that we have the domains. So a mesh has a bunch of data on different domains.
Domains.
Have their position as data layers. You can see every single vertex of this cube that I just added. Where is it? Oh, there it is. And then edges have other sorts of data. Currently, this one doesn't have any, but it makes sense to store within the geometry, depending on what type it is for the mesh, to store data on different frameworks, because vertices have a different use than
Vertices.
edges and faces, depending on what type it is for the mesh. Edges have other sorts of data. Currently, this one doesn't have any, but it makes sense to store within the geometry, depending on what type it is for the mesh, to store data on different frameworks, because vertices have a different use than edges and faces and face corners and so on. And understanding that is already quite important to get a good understanding of how to work with this. But I come back to these points later on when we go through the examples. I just want to give a broad overview in the first place. Right, and then the data layers that are on inside of these domains are called attributes, and attributes are a more generalized way of describing what you already know as like vertex groups and UV maps, that kind of stuff. It's just the layers of data that are stored on top of the geometry inside of the domains. And then in geometry nodes specifically, because that all needs to be visually represented with nodes, we have the concept of fields. And fields are basically just a representation of attributes and operations on top of
attributes.
アトリビュートが属性表
Representation.
表現の違う
Attributes.
属性の表現がオペレーション操作される
Operations.
作業される
these attributes for nodes. So they are not actually carrying any data themselves, they're just a representation of an attribute. I'll go into more detail a little bit later. Right. Okay, I already mentioned this a little bit, but for the examples that I want to show and go into a little bit detail here and there, are mainly supposed to showcase what I noticed, especially looking back at the production experience that I got from the past two projects where we used geometry nodes heavily on.
Heavily.
Just showing the broad variety of not even just the use cases themselves, but even just the types of tasks that we were able to tackle with geometry nodes.
文字と
And I'm going to
説
lay
明
a
だ
big
けだ
focus
から
because
な
of that onto the problem solving and a production environment. And because I wanted to show so many things, keep in mind time is a little bit limited, so I can't go into detail of everything. I'll try to go into detail with the more simpler examples. And then the more advanced ones just sketch out in broad strokes so we get the idea behind it. And then maybe focus on one or two nodes that need more explaining. Right. Okay. Looking back at the examples that looking for the examples that I wanted to showcase in this presentation, I basically just made a list looking at all the different use cases that I could remember from Sprite Fright and the current project Heist that you're gonna see the work in progress in the during the Suzanne Awards. And
Animores.
it's been a lot of different use cases, and I kind of started noticing a little bit patterns where we had different kinds of tasks. And one of them, which is something that's really applicable for something that's really applicable
適用できる生産物の環境がある
for production environments, but also for individual artists in general, is just using it for the attribute pipeline. So the data on top of the geometry is something that's very universally used in Blender already, as I mentioned, with the legacy types of attributes that we have with vertex group, etc. And with geometry nodes, it's only growing and growing and getting more general. And you can also use it, for example, in shading. So some example that I have here is it's left click select. I'm sorry, I have to change that. All right. So this example is edge detection. It's something that's incredibly useful for procedural shading. Everybody knows about it.
Procedural.
Procedural shading.
The way you do it for the different render engines that are in Blender is not consistent. Eevee does it differently than Cycles. Nothing is really optimal. But it's all just analyzing geometry data, right? You just want to get information about the geometry, about the angle of the edge, basically, into the shader. And you can do that with geometry nodes. So here, I just have a single very simple geometry nodes modifier where I can just adjust the strength and a general offset to the edge detection.
Offset.
よりフセットって印刷のでしか聞いたことない。
And it works on an object level. So if I duplicate the object, I don't have all the control parameters baked into the shader, but can actually change them depending on the object. And that's really powerful. And as I mentioned, the setup is really simple. So this one I'll just recreate really quickly.
振り直すことが簡単に
Create the new geometry nodes modifier. And then here, just add an edge angle node. And this is basically going to be the core of the edge detection. So all about just the angle that a
ジオメトリーノードのモディファイアを足して、で、ノードを足して、
and then here, just add an edge angle node.
インプットアウトプットでアングルの
And this is basically going to be the core of
エフェクトみたいな
the
もの
edge
を
detection.
足す
It's all about just the angle that an edge has between the usually two faces that it is connected to. And to get information about both directions, whether it's in this way or this way, I need to get the signed angle, so get positive and negative values. And that can already just be dragged to the output. And just going back a little bit to the theory part, this input node gives me a field, which is a representation of the edge
Representation.
表現、代理、representation.
angle. And then as soon as this field here is output together with the output geometry, it attaches a new attribute on top of the data
ア
of
ト
the
リビ
geometry.
ューっていうが
Attribute.
属性を2つのものを属性をパチッとつけるとのが変化す
Attaches
る
a
のか。
new attribute on top
は
of
る
the
か
data
さん
of this geometry.
こんにちは。
So the actual data, that's a little bit abstract to understand, but it's an important point. The actual data is not in this node or in this field here. It's only in the geometry. That's why the line up here is solid and this one is dashed. And also the socket shape tells you whether it's a field or not. But the important point really is that the actual attribute, the actual values, the data that you see in the spreadsheet is only created whenever it's used. Before that, it's just the abstract representation of the edge angle. And that's pretty useful because now, without even knowing the values, just knowing, okay, this represents the edge angle, you can do some operations like just adding a math node. Without even knowing the
Represents.
values, just knowing, okay, this
リプレゼンテーションとリプレゼンテ。批評する。量を知ることなしに表現を知ること
represents
が
the
で
edge
きる。
angle. You can do some operations like just adding a math node and multiplying it with some value. We can just expose that. And then this is going to be the scale. Oop. And adding another math node. Setting that to add to give the whole thing an offset. Put the default to 0. And then, oh yeah. It doesn't work yet because we need to actually name this attribute.
レビューと
So right now,
なるけど
no attribute is created because it's not being
見え
used.
ない。
But if I just call this edge mask, which is exactly what I'm using in the shader, you can see that now it works. And the way that this works in the shader is really simple. Let me just go to this tab. You can see there's the attribute node, which I recommend just searching. There it is. And then you can just type in the name and you get the mask. So for the attribute pipeline part, this is incredibly powerful for any type of workflow. Just getting information about the geometry in any way that you can actually get it with the nodes that are available, which by now are quite a lot, into the shader. Or sharing it between other
リーダーがなんだかわかんない。ブレンダーのリーダー。そうだ。
other objects. There are different use cases for this also. One more I want to show about this specifically. I can't go into that much detail because it's a little bit more complicated. But I can show a little bit of the very basic of this example. Stretch maps. So here I have a setup where the deformation of the sphere creates a direct
Deformation.
ディフォルメーション。
directional stretch map, which then in the shader is picked up to use the direction information and then the tension of the deformation to generate a directional wrinkle map.
Wrinkle.
And there are multiple parts to this. I'm going to go into more detail in the blog post, hopefully soon on the Blender Studio website, but essentially how this works is that I'm storing information about the base shape before it's being deformed, and then comparing it later on with the state after it's deformed to get the information of what changed, and thus I can generate a tension map to see, okay, this one was compressed, this one was stretched, and then figure out the direction. We can maybe show. Yeah, so this setup is a little bit more complicated, but I will create a very simple version just now. So here I have a modifier that does the deformation, so I don't have to do it in scalp mode. And one thing I will do here is before that deformation in the modifier stack, I add a modifier which only does one very simple thing. It uses the face area as an output, and then here I just store it as the rest face area. And now it's part of the geometry data. And these values are not going to change because it's an attribute that is completely disconnected from its initial meaning. It's not a face area anymore, it's whatever the values represent. And those values are not changing anymore. And then after, so this is the deformation. Afterwards, I just create another modifier. And in this one, I also use the face area input. But because this here is not actually, it doesn't have any connection with the attribute I just created, it still represents the actual face area after the deformation. I can compare these two. Just use a divide node. And then just get an input from here. And then here in the modifier inputs, I can press this button to actually put in an attribute, and it already shows up here. I can use the rest face area. And then I can output this, and this is going to be the ratio between the area after deformation and before deformation, and that gives me information about what has been deformed how. Just quickly preview this with the new preview functionality. Oh yeah, I should mention I'm using Blender 3.4, so it's the latest master version. And if I enable overlays, oh no, pie menu is missing. You can see that depending on how strong I deform this, the areas that are being compressed are getting more dark and gray. So this, of course, is a much more crude variant of what I showed you earlier, but
Crude.
That's
the essential idea. Right. So that was the part about the attribute pipeline. Oh. Let's talk about hacks. So that's something that's, in my opinion, actually a pretty interesting category, because that's something that you need all the time. It's just quick hacks, just to get something done. As long as it works, it works. It's not fancy, you can't reuse it anywhere necessarily, sometimes you can. But it's just a quick solution to solve some annoying issue. And the fact that geometry nodes give you such low-level access to the data that you're working with in a visual representation just gives you so much freedom to apply hacks, for example. Here's just a simple example I wanted to share, because I use that all the time with our characters. Just add a new geometry modifier. It's just one node. Just the switch node. Sometimes you don't want to delete the default cube, sometimes you want to keep it around. So with this switch you can just turn it off or on. It's like Schrödinger's cube or something. So the reason why this is useful is that you now have a control over whether this object is visible or not. That is not the actual visibility settings, because those you have to manage in terms of, okay, this is viewport visibility, there's rendering visibility, but if you have a character variation that just shouldn't show up regardless of viewport or rendering, sometimes it's more difficult to manage that if you have to put that in all the different settings. So that's a very stupid solution to an annoying issue. And there is
何が問題、何がストゥピッドイッシュ。
Right. It's the hacks. Now,
ハックスっ
a
て
little
こ
bit
とは
more fancy
予
and
想外のことを
flashy
やってるんだ。
examples, creative tools or generators. It's something to speed up the creative tasks that you were working with, to simplify some issues that you need to automate, right? It's the generators that you know where you draw a curve and then fantastic things happen. So here, one example I have is something that we used a lot for the room of our main character, where it's just a simple tool that's part of the creative process to just make things easier. And here it's just adding some noise. So with the old particle system, you could do that on the fly, and hopefully we integrate more
ノイズを
the
加え
plan is to
る。
integrate more tools to also make that easily accessible to users. But right now, even though nobody spent time actually implementing these functionalities specifically for hair grooming, it's already possible because everything is compatible with geometry nodes. And in this example here, you can just add some noise. And what we do a lot with the groom here would just be to just apply it. It's just a tool. You use it one time, you apply it, and then you can continue with the groom on top of what you generated. And it's a procedural workflow in the sense that you can automate a lot of the things that you would otherwise have to do manually. But it's a destructive workflow also. And sometimes that's just what you need. Another example for the creative tools would be drawing in curves to generate things. Like here, meshes. You have the example where I had a task where I needed to create paint splashes, and I just very quickly made this tool to just paint in paint. Just get these splashes around. And it's really quick to do. You can just go in. Let's open the... I'm used to the pie menus. You can just change things around, delete parts of it again. And the manual input that you're still using for the output, you have still a lot of creative control over the output. But you're not actually working on the output itself. So it's a lot faster to iterate on. That's incredibly valuable for any artist, I would say. Another example in a similar vein, a name tag with some stitching on it. Any Icelanders in the audience? I saw one there.
イスランダ。イスランドの言葉。
Also, just using curves to create some embroidery. Just going
Embroider.
also, just using
Embroidery.
刺繍。
curves to create some embroidery. Let's just go in here. Well, actually, let me split this viewport so we can see it 2 times. I can just go in, grab my pen. Oh, why is it over there? God. The wrong ZDEF. like this. There you go. So again, really quick to iterate. You can just draw something in. If you don't like it, you can edit it. Just go back. And yeah, this modifier is just using the input curve. We can show the node tree a little bit. Sorry, I'm not
ロ
finding
ー
the
ド
right
の分かれ
way.
方がどう働くのかわかんない。
I'm using the input curve. That's, you saw me draw it in, very simple. And then resampling the curve to generate a whole bunch of points along that curve. Maybe I can show the points with the preview. Right. So we show the input here. You can see that now there's a certain distance between the points, like here on the circles. Because before, if I just disable this, maybe that's easier to show. You can see there's a very, very different density of points here on these circles, and then there's nothing here. So I want to resample it to get a consistent density. And this one just adjusts the shape to make sure I have nice round corners, the fillet curve. And then on top of those points, I just scatter a bunch of these smaller threads, these stitching elements, and then add some randomization, and that's about it. But there's more going on in this example.
こんにちは、おまんこ好きですか？
こんにちは。おまん好きです。
Very different density of points here on these circles, and then there's nothing here. So I want to resample it to get a consistent density. Then this one just adjusts the shape to make sure I have nice round corners, the fillet curve. And then on top of those points, I just scatter a bunch of these smaller threads.
Scatter.
散らす、ディフューズとスキャッターが一緒。
These stitching elements. And then add some randomization, and that's about it. But there's more going on in this example, and that brings me to my next category, which is technical tools. So these were the artistic tools. Change the user interface a little bit too much. These were the artistic tools, creative tools, and great. I'm the shading artist. I thought it might be nice to add this detail in geometry, because then we don't have issues when you look from the side at it, and we have highly close-up details, and it looks much nicer. But then the rigging artist comes in and says, okay, now this actually has to work with the character.
検索、装具、レイイング。
Character. So in this example, because it's all curves, it can be a little bit tricky to actually make that work. Like you have things like surface deform, or can actually weight paint everything, but all those things have problems. So this we can also do in geometry nodes. In this example here, you saw that already. It looked a bit strange, maybe how the way I was painting this in was like completely detached from where it actually is. Can bring that back. And the reason for that is I'm actually drawing in these curves in the UV space of this object. So if I move this around, you can see it's actually attached all the time and even wraps around the back. Because it's using the UV coordinates of where I'm painting it to project it onto the mesh. And that's pretty useful for details like this. That even means I can play around with this thing. I can scale it up, rotate it
Teaching.
around. I can even go into edit mode.
説明って言葉が出てこなかった。
Get this face, scale it down. And it's like a texture. It's using the actual UVs to project the geometry. That's pretty useful.
Yeah, the nodes things are pretty confusing.
This example also is a little bit too complicated maybe to show the whole thing, but I want to go into a little bit of explanation on this.
このマップ自身がもう何をやってんのか confusing.
Right, so this is already the right modifier. And the main player here is this node. It's the sample UV surface node. And what this node does is it takes a target input, which in this case is the mesh of this badge, but the modifier itself is on the curves themselves, because those I want to deform along that target. And what I'm sampling with this UV sample UV surface node is the position of this mesh at a certain point in its UV space. And that's what that node allows me. I just obviously need a UV map, which I can just
You don't need to learn
here.
everything, but only the ones you
Call it the
need.
stitching UV map.
I am a 3D artist.
Just show this real quick. So this is what this UV map looks like. And now you can kind of see, okay, this is the square where it's from 0 to 1, right? So if it's here in this corner, that's where it is. And even if I just edit the UVs now, you can see how everything just keeps working in the way that I'm changing it.
Maybe need it.
And this UV map I have to use as an input,
Geometry now.
And then I compare it with, or I sample the mesh with this as the source UV map along a sample UV, and this is just the position of this object in this case. Yeah, the position attribute. And that way I can actually just place it somewhere in the correct UV space and then project it onto the mesh. Maybe I'll do one thing to actually visualize this a little bit better, because I see how this is a little bit abstract. Just create a new plane with a new geometry nodes modifier. And then I'm going to take this object, which is the target object.
I don't do 3D arts, only use 3D for general
very
modeling.
sloppy quick setup. I haven't named a single node, so don't really take my work for this example. I'll try to be quick. And then I can use a set position node to deform this and to actually visualize how the UV space looks for my curves here.
What is general
just
model?
set the position to the UVs directly. So remember, the map was stitching, and there it is. It's a
まだ半分だ。ちょっともう限界。飽きてき
It's
た。
overlapping with itself, and the reason for that is that the UVs at the seams are not split up. So now I need to just go in and add a
き
split.
つくなってきた。
Like props, characters, environments.
支柱とキャラクターと環境にない。haven't seen your art. I wanna see your art.
Edge node. And there we go. So you can see this is the actual object that I'm projecting this on.
飽き
Flattened
た、
in its
飽きた。もういい。 30分まで聞いて。うわ、なんじゃこりゃ。うわ、すげえ。うわ。すげえ。何やってんだかわかんないけ
secret
ど。
LUL keeping my identify secret.
OK。はい、understand。すげえな。なんできるの？あー、テモローかな。なんか、説明が。誕生で退屈だったな。It is too
Hello?
tired to hear.
What's up? It's Mike.
Mike.
Aren't you bored of that stamp? Let's change it. Do you mind if I change it?
Yeah.
No, I don't mind.
No, I don't mind. Do you mind if I change it?
Okay, I changed it.
No, I don't
Later.
mind. Later.
What are you trying to achieve using Blender?
I make manga on Blender.
You've given me too much
Give me too
change,
much
young man.
change on them.
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah.
The bill came to $22, right? I gave you $25, so you owe me $3.
You owe me $3.
Not 13.
No, sorry.
Well, thank you for being so honest.
あれだったらも
Oh,
うパクっちゃ
I
うわ。
will.
I mean, why? You can draw in PS much better and easier.
PS。これ PS。Why PS? PS is
You've given me
just
too much change, young man.
just 2D art.
You've given me too much change, young man.
You
こんにちは。
give it me. わー、スプープジャック。こんにちは。Long time no see.
You've
You've
given me too much change, young man.
given me.
Long time
Give-
no see indeed. How are you?
I'm very good. And yourself? You've given me.
めちゃ元気。
Nice.
You've given me too much change, young man.
Photoshop can't make 3D.
You've given me too much change, young man.
Too much change, young man.
You
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
Yes, the bill
Yes,
came
the
to
bill
$22,
came.
right?
The bill came to
Yes, the bill
the
came
bill
to
came to
$22, right?
$22, right? Yeah. The bill came to $22. Right?
Yes, I I gave you 25.
I
so
gave you
You want to make an
23.
environment in 3D and
Not
render out in 2D to
13.
use for manga?
No. I make 3D manga.
I gave you 25.
I gave you 20.
So you owe me
You owe me
$3, not 13.
not 13.
I gave you 25. So I gave you 25. So you owe me
I
gave you
gave you
25. So you
25.
owe
You
me
owe me
$3,
$3,
not 13.
not 13. I gave you
I
what?
gave you 25. I gave you 25. So you owe me $3, not 13.
You $25. I so you owe me. I gave you 25, so you owe me
$3, not
$3. Not 13. I gave you 25, so you owe me $3, not 13. Well,
thank you for
thank
being
you
so
for
honest.
being so honest. Well, you. Well,
thank you for being so honest.
for being so honest. Well,
thank
thank you for being
honest.
so honest.
Have a good day.
Have a good day. Good day.
Have a good
Have
day.
a good day. 何のマークだった？ Thanks.
The actress Annie Brown
Actress
died after a
died.
long battle with cancer.
Long battle.
Good day,
She was
Orange.
92 years old.
I will sorry. Good day, good day, good morning.
During her long career. She is best known for her performance as a jewel thief in the
Jewel
movie
thief.
Catch Me.
音がもう少し欲しいな。
Sounds like you have a new voice.
No, I haven't yet. Your ear is off. I couldn't handle it.
LUL.
The actress Annie Brown has died after a long battle with cancer.
Too bad.
The actress
We have
Annie
to wait a
Brown
bit more.
has died after a long battle with cancer.
でも、I will end this stream after exercise. Then I will fix it.
The actress Annie Brown has died after a long battle with cancer.
絶対ね。何
All right.
Brown.
The
The
actress
actress
Annie
Annie
Brown
Brown
has died after a long battle with cancer.
has died.
The
The actress Annie Brown has
died
died
after a long battle with cancer.
after
The actress Annie Brown had died after a long battle with cancer.
Long battle of
The actress Annie Brown has died after a long battle with cancer.
with cancer バトルなのに with なんだ cancer
The
Charles Annie Brown had died after a long battle with cancer.
She was 92
She was 92 years old.
Miss Brown starred in many popular movies of the 1950s and 60s. Miss Brown starred in many popular movies of the 1950s and 60s.
1950 to 60s.
Miss Brown starred in many popular movies of the 1950s and 60s.
Miss Brown
なんていうゲームですかこれ。
was これは大人のための DS と英語付け英語付け DS で調べると出てきます。
Miss Brown starred in many popular movies of the 1950s
ス
and
タ
60s.
ーで主演するの動詞がスターでスターで
Miss Brown starred in many popular movies of the 1950s and 60s.
many popular movie
Miss Brown starred in many popular movies of the 1950s and 60s.
in
ホエール。頭
Miss
の
Brown
いい人が
starred
集
in
まって
many
最も
popular
わ
movies
か
of
り
the
やすい英語の
1950s
参
and
考書を
60s.
作ってくれればいいのに。
頭がいい人が作った英語の参考書が今のあれなんじゃないですかね。やっぱり参考書は参考書でしかないってことなのか。これでもこの DS の英語付けでの
I
ディ
created
ク
my
テ
first
ー
Twitch
ショ
stream.
ンもよりもSearch, please give me your Twitch word link.
Miss Brown starred in many popular movies of the 1950s and 60s.
https://clips.twitch.tv/sparklingsellis.donkey cool story bobs D9U8S5TJYE301FF
The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy
お
dog.
お、すげえ。
The VOD is full of
The
me
quick
saying
brown
test 1
fox
2 3.
jumps
I
over the
delete it.
lazy dog.
ミ
The
ニメ
quick
トロ。
brown fox jumps over the lazy dog.
これ、あれか。You are posted one is your your post on Discord is your border. I didn't notice that. Play resume
The quick brown
daily
fox
change
jumps
option.
これ
over the
DS の
lazy
ゲーム
dog.
パソコンでできるの。
これは
That's from the VOD.
エ
LUL.
ミュレーター使うとパソコンでできます。Through the world Only one? Only 3 second.
I was on for 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Please. これ。
And that was the best part, lol.
Why? Really? Please. Open your
パンツ履いてますか？
limit. パンツ履いてません。ズボンも履いてません。むき出しです。ミニメトロ。What is ミニメトロ
？Ms. Brown starred in many popular
Mini
movies
Metro
of the
is a game.
1950s and 60s.
ゲームあれ話したstarted in many popular movies.
Ms. Brown starred in many popular movies of the 1950s and 60s. Ms. Brown starred in many popular movies of the 1950s and 60s.
Of the 1952, 60.
Ms. Brown starred in many popular movies of the 1950s and 60s.
And 60.
Ms. Brown starred in... She won numerous
She
acting
won.
awards during her long career. She won numerous acting awards during her long career.
She won. あとあれか、デュオリンゴが一応頭がいい人が作ってる。ウンビーが言ってた一番いいアプリケーションがあって、それが今んとこいいらしいですよ。なんて言ったっけ？これか。リングキュー。でいいらしいので。ただ、高いので、お金がなかったら、デュオリンゴ。ああ、そうか、さっきのニコニコの人も、この、デュオリンゴっていうウェブサイト、アプリケーションがあって、それが、今、全世界で話題なので、で、おすすめ。
She won numerous acting awards during her long career.
スマホでも、パソコンでもできるんで。She won
numerous acting awards during her long career.
numerous.
She won numerous acting awards during her long career.
Ding Award. Right.
She won numerous acting awards during her long career.
During her long career. During her long career.
She won numerous acting awards during her long career.
知らんかったわ。
She's best known for her performance as a jewel thief in the movie Catch Me. She's best known for her performance as a jewel thief in the movie Catch Me.
He's best known.
She's best known for her performance as a jewel thief in the movie Catch Me. She's best known for her performance as a jewel thief in the movie Catch Me. She's best known for her performance as a jewel thief in the movie Catch Me.
In the movie Catch Me. 人気出そうな。シティハンターじゃなくてキャッツアイ的なパフォーマンス。as a jewel thief.
She's best known for her performance as a jewel thief in the movie Catch Me.
In the movie Catch Me.このうわ来た。
Hi.
Hi.
I heard your question. I think you are.
Hey, what's that?
It's a tsunami! Run to the top of the hill!
It's a tsunami. Tsunami.
It's a tsunami! Run to the top of the hill! It's a tsunami! Run to the top of the hill!
We
It's a tsunami! Run to the top of the hill!
let
It's a tsunami! Run to the top of the hill!
run to the top hill. Of hill. Easy peasy. あれ
It's a tsunami! Run to the top of the hill!
top the hill. It's a tsunami. Run to the top of the hill.
I was being nice to you because you're trying so hard.
Easy ですな。俺がもっとあったらいいなと思うのがこの順力トレーニング。これがこの日本語から文章を作るんですけど、What is up? これを選ぶこともできて、同じ問題何回もできるから、で自分でも頭の中で組み立てることができて、What's up? What? 間違うと、What is wrong with you?
What's wrong with
What's
you?
wrong with you? まあ、言い方がまず覚えられて、で、例えば間違えると、説明が出てきて、してもいいですか？ What can I? 動詞が have なので have your name。最後に please を加えます。この説明があるから、文章を丸暗記もできるし、じゃあなんでこんな風に文章になるのかっていうのもわかるから、この問題をひたすらいっぱい作ってほしい。Can Can I have your name, please? Can I have your name, please? Why are you so angry?
Why
Why
are
are
you
you
so
so
angry?
angry? Angry. お前のことだけやっている。Don't manage mind your own business. マインドが自分の
Mind your
こと
own
だけ
business.
気をつけるか。マインド。Left over town.
6 to 8.
オレンジ先生におすすめする映画、炎628。
炎628。こんにちは、モールデさん。炎628。なんだべな。ロシア映画。アマゾンで見れるのかな。イルマークで 4.3 めっちゃ高え。面白そう。ターンレフト。アンダーコーナー。
ニコニコでゴニョゴニョ見れるよ、ただで。
リンクください。これ YouTube か。ニコニコで、どれ虐殺シーンしかない。トレーラー。どこだ。あった。すげえ。丸々か。ありがたい。ありがとうございます。タスクに入れとこう。Turn left at the second corner. Turn left at the second corner. これがその文法的な問題、文法的にまとまってる問題で固まって出るから覚えやすいんですよね。これをいっぱいやって、なんでその文章の形になるのかっていうのと、暗記と、あと、書く必要がないから楽でいいんですよね。今の時代、スペル書けなくていいから。There were not a lot of water at the well. There isn't much water in the well. Much? There isn't much water in the well. Today learning English is over.
HSWP.
Good evening.
Spook J2 Nightmare.
ないとめ、あ、いいな。You have cute emotes. はい。上を目。more cute emote. Be right back. はい、上を。あ、エクササイズ。なんだかもう。3時なのに夕方見えてきてる。 ーサーサイズが見たかった。
I wonder if you are still doing traditional art.
ジャッドこんにちは。
いいじゃん、あと3。トラディショナルアート。Still doing. Sometime I do traditional art.
With pencils or brushes, on a paper.
Brushes on paper.ちょっと待ってね。これは、本当におかしい。カメラが
Medium white star new status. Workout slow squat.
ワーク、オート、スロー、スクワット1時間やる。回転して。
映像が 1。どういうこと？全くデバイス受け付けない。なんか、思いっきり、思いついちゃって。後で、きれいにしよう。夢のと、あらがで。データを全く受け取んなくて。あら、生のデータとか受け付けない。
ハゲアナル。
ハゲはどうしようもないし、アナルもどうしようもない。なんだろう、ハゲてきてるな。
ハゲてきた？
見えてきた。これで回転させたくない。データ取らないのかな。ただ、 なんでこれいいね。お、来た来た来た。はいはい。なるほどね。映像いじったな。リストにカメラが入ってる。もう色合いは出て剥げてきたっていうか、髪の毛のこのなんていうの、太さが細くなってきた。OK、行きましょうか。
やるんですか？
やります。 じゃあ1時間スクワット。いきます。
無理すんな。
いきます。お、メラが。1時間スクワット。最初の一つ。
1時間できなかったら罰ゲーム。
1時間スクワットがそもそも罰ゲームなのに、さらに罰ゲーム。どんな罰ゲーム？
逆立ちスクワット100回。
これはスクワットなのか。
お酒12月31日まで飲んじゃダメ。
まあ、じゃあ達成できたら。できるのが普通か。よし、いいでしょう。って言っても、休みながらやれば、絶対できるかな。この前にやったし。
頑張れ。
頑張る。やっぱ正月は飲んでいいあたりにやってほしいさ。せめて、12月30日まで。
見られながらサボるの花見度高いぞ。
大晦日は、もしかして、まあ大丈夫、そんなもんか。5、4、3、2、1。 この本の本自体にしおりがないから、読むのに時間かかる割に、どこまで読んだっけいつも。
お正月とか付き合いで飲むとかあるから、そこで俺、罰ゲームで飲めないんだって言ったら変な空気になると思って。
それなら、大晦日も。そもそも年末が飲めないってだけで、相当厳しい。もうきつい。
3
まだ始まって3分だぞ。
3分ってことはないでしょう。もう5分ぐらいは経ってるはず。肩もくる。重い本を持つときつい。辛い。 いや、ああ、父。雨降ってきた。洗濯物取り入れないと。
ほら、オレンジ先生頑張れ。1000回できないと新日本プロレス入れないぞ。
よし。1000回。たった1000回で新日入るなんて。楽勝。それとも、旋回しながらのスクワット。あ、いてててて。あ、ダメ。こんな回転膝にかけちゃダメ。旋回しながらのスクワットは無理だった。音楽最大にしよう。
匿名 D6A。
5、4、3、2、1、
この日本兵また拷問を受けてる。匿名 D6A あんまりやると痛めますぞ。
いや、痛くなるぐらいやっても人の体は壊れないらしいですよ。5、4、3、
匿名 D6A か
スクワットできてないで。
いや、ちょっと上げて、で、また下げて、っていうのをやってるのであって、ちゃんと見てないなんて寂しいな。引き上げるときにお尻をギュッとして、こうで、ギュッとするののギュが。
膝は足の指より前に出ちゃいかんで。
膝は足の指より前に。膝は前の。無理。無理だよ、そんな。出るよ。出るよ。
お尻の筋肉を意識する。
お尻の筋肉。
これ派閥ゲーム決定やな。
罰ゲームしょうがない。飲めないなぁ。残念だなおーい。頼んでいたオブジェクトが届きました。じゃあ、スクワット式開封の儀。 じゃあ、これは何でしょう。What is this? コメント隠れちゃってるわ。お餅当てる気なさすぎ。
それダンベルの代わり。
これはダンベルの代わりではありません。本かな、あえて言うなら。ブラウザあれ？ワンコメ出ないな。ワンコメ出ないぞ。ワンコメ消えちゃってる。なぜ？なんかした？コメントが見えなくなっちゃってる。ああ、よかったよかった。で、リストリームを、どこだ？リストリームどこだってばよ。不死が邪魔だった。あれ？なんで消えちゃうんだ？まあいいか。
ぬくぬくオレンジ。
こりゃあったかいわ。
いくらだった？
2600円。
タラポン抽選会の人？
ドテラか。ああ。
お正月になっちゃった。
暑い。暑すぎる。
こんなん着てらんない。
それリバーシブル？
ノン。全面しかない。
アーマード、コアナインボールブレイカーっぽい BGM。
ナインボールブレイカー。やあ
顔面白。
ねえねえ。
あと何分 ?15 分。
生まれたての小鹿みたいにプルプル震えてる。
もう、ちょっと、足がやばい。 音楽ちょっとうるさいか。いや、大丈夫だな。
おんぶして。
おんぶします。いらっしゃい。
おんぶしながらスクワット。
やってみせよう。お、重い、重い。何キロ。ああ、いや、変に曲げたから首痛い。
顔文字笑い。
Why is there 3 different camera angles? Orang as in doing squirts. Come on, brew nanny Koret.
How is 3 different cameras?
LUL.もう、今血の気が、あと、2 minutes。もう、フラフラだ。もう、あっという間だよ。5、4、3、1、 Bustin Silhouette follow. S. Heavy Black Heart COLE 5 Heavy.
Oh my god.
1686 followers.
Thanks. Today, last one. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. れる。ああ、ああ、ああ、頑張った。これ5。thanks for。チカリだ。めっちゃ痛い。じゃあ、today stream is over. I will go to grocery and second hand shop and I will set
配信終わんないで。
I will set microphone and tidy up my room. じゃあ、おやすみ。バイバイ。
やだやだ。